Hello and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. I'm Luce, and tonight I am leveling Warrior as an excuse to do trusts. Now, as you can see, I still need to do the early stuff. Only 71 means I have to do Shadowbringers, then Endwalker before I can even begin to work on it, but that's fine because my trusts still need work. Not do support trust. Yeah, as you can see, my trusts are way behind level. Now I could have started with Paladin, since that is actually in the 80s, but because I have a full set of bonus experience and I have a full set of what's it called? Whatever. You get what I mean. Basically, yeah, since I'm going insufficient item level. Oh. What's Pulse Manager switch need? 7. What's the lowest? Oh. I didn't. You'd think I'd have checked this before going. You'd think I'd have checked this before starting the stream rather than embarrass myself, but this is what the kind of stream you're dealing with, I suppose. Whatever, I should have the Poetics, right? Yeah, I've got the Poetics for it. Alright, what really needs the most work? Pants and top. Alright, so gear exchange, token, tombstone, here we are. Hard to believe this used to be the most populated area at a time for a time. Disciple of War. Ooh, I can't afford the pants actually. Can I afford it? That's not enough for a whole Minister Switch, is it? This is actually probably going to be a bigger deal than I keep thinking it's going to be because, yeah, that's not going to work. Because, big thing about that is gear actually matters a bit more for a tank than most because you also care about the defensive abilities. Let's see here, Lakeland. This is gonna be a bit of a pain. I'll just go back to Tuliyola and buy stuff off the market board. It's a good thing. You know, fun fact, there used to be no item level requirements for story dungeons, but then they had to implement those because, as it turns out, people would just do the dungeons without actually, they do it in all crafting gear or gathering gear, whatever, because remember, this is back at a time where, first of all, you had to sacrifice the item to convert it to a materia, as opposed to just pulling materia out of the item and leaving the item intact. So a lot of people were doing dungeons in full crafting or gathering gear entirely to get some more valuable materia from it. Now let's see, I do need to get the pants in particular here. Warrior, Smilodon. Miliodon, I think, is what it's actually supposed to be. Yeah, that's good enough. Now, the nice thing about being a tank in the, Alright, now the nice thing about being a tank in trust runs are that, yeah, here we are. And I do want to get a bit of a buffer here, because I'm going to be leveling through the 70s as Warrior extremely quickly, but the trusts less so. E1, I should probably...
My strength is yours!
I can't have Alice or Alphino in the same party. Alphino will always prioritize Alice if she ever takes damage, and that is, that's not acceptable. I can't bring Reen since she is only available for Shadowbringers.
I stand ever ready.
So we'll just take, the nice thing about Graha is he can be absolutely anything. So you don't have to worry about that. Graha's a pretty good all-rounder. Activate my tank stance. I'm not gonna really bother here. I don't really play Warrior much. I believe the job fantasy for Warrior is keep in control of the battlefield through overwhelming strength. Many of them wish they were DPS for that particular reason. Oh, right. The reason I'm here is that trust tanks cannot go wall-to-wall pulls. Player ones can. Oops. Oops. Well, I suppose I should have realized my tank gear being behind was probably a good sign that I might not be able to go full wall-to-wall yet. The good news about doing all these solo is the gear is entirely on my own. You know what, this guy hits a bit harder than all the others. Let's take care of him solo. Fail Cleave, the one that makes every warrior wish they were a DPS. I know some who play this game are pretty surprised that Dark Knight and Warrior are tanks instead of damage dealers. And to an extent, Gunbreaker even feels like a hybrid between the two. But I think that's largely because there's only so many tanks they can have, since Paladin and Knight are usually rolled into the same job. I should be able to do this with the group here. I just need to, you know... home gang it.
Allow me.
Yeah, I need to be very wary about this. I just realized, why did I put my equilibrium over here? I need to have a mount there. Yeah, it's the surprise of absolutely no one. I do not warrior. Okay, yeah, that's a not insignificant heal. Alright, I really need to work on my cooldown mitigation. Who do I want for a mount for warrior? I usually with a edgelord job or something else, I usually choose something that's cute and adorable. Let's see here. Portly Porksy sounds good. Maybe the Choco, yeah. I believe this mount was originally a Butterfinger crossover, and I could probably do these two on together. Let's see here. Let's get out of the bad, shall we? Raise max HP. Warrior is usually the raw HP tank, but as a result, they usually have a lot of self-healing because it takes a lot more health as more raw healing needed to keep it up. I can handle multiple pulls if I'm the tank. Like, I have tried it before with Thancred, even with me as healer. Thancred just melts if he tries to take more than one group at a time. That is unfortunately just not going to happen. I need to make sure to keep using Shake It Off, the same way I do Dark Missionary and Heart of Light. Always feels pretty satisfying to have a full party protection skill. Although if you want that, you really want Paladin, because they got 2. One of which takes Guardian Angel to its extreme, since the Paladin gains a wing-like aura that protects the party from damage. It's awesome, I love it. That said, my understanding is that Warriors pretty overpower this expansion, since they just need basic. If you know what you're doing, you can easily handle dungeon pulls in just 3 buttons. Sadly, I am nowhere near that good, so you will not be seeing me handle this as easily. This would not be me being able to beat this in just 3 buttons. I'm actually gonna have to manage it. Or maybe they just exaggerate because they know I don't main Warrior and so I don't know any better. That was also 100% possible. It would not be the first time him and my buddies have screwed me over. I need to make sure these are up at all times. Home Gang's a pretty good move. Yeah, I need to also remember to be liberal with Home Gang usage, especially since Alphino can only keep up so much. I really like Ashtola as a party member and these trusts because she's one of the very few who performs AoE attacks. And even then, that's not because she intentionally does it, it's because she's basically a souped-up black mage and they get a lot of innate AoE abilities. So, and much as I would like to favor a particular trust over others, I unfortunately need to get, for better or for worse, I need to get everyone up to max. At least the good news is it is worth it. As you level each trust up to level 10, you can change their costumes. And for Dawntrail, they all got their summer outfits. And Square Enix were absolutely not cowards. Because, like, Ashtola gets a 2-piece swimsuit, the guys are all in shirtless outfits. They knew this was a full fan service, so they went full fan service. Oh, yeah. You know, fun fact, when Shadowbringers first launched, it actually didn't have a unique mini-boss theme like this. It still used the one from Stormblood, which is still good, mind you, but there's a reason everyone loves the one from, So when you went to the boss and heard Insatiable for the first time, it was a huge, huge deal, because that completely broke the expectations. Honestly, I probably don't even need these. Yeah, I didn't even need that, if we're honest. Yeah, the issue with the Shadowbringers and Endwalker dungeons is they're generally considered to be pretty easy, for better or for worse. Yeah, if I can't get into melee range, I'm gonna be using that dumb range attack that does like 1 damage, just because I don't feel right not letting it up. It's because I'm usually a DPS main. Instead of a brain, there is uptime. Yeah, I'm not even gonna mitigate this. Let's see how bad it is. I guess to be fair, Alphino did protect me here. Alphino in Shadowbringers is a souped-up sage, especially since Trusts genuinely do, in fact, learn new skills if you level them that they don't even use in the story. Yeah, or at least not until you unlock them. So it actually is pretty neat if you want to put the effort in, but you also don't lose anything significant otherwise. Yeah, I need to actually sprint there. Without satisfying belt cleavage, I genuinely don't blame the Warrior mains that just want to spam it all the time. The equivalent for Dark Knight is Blood Spiller, which I do genuinely love, especially the upgrade, but I don't know. Yeah, I didn't need anything for the Tank Buster there. Luckily, I don't need any healer gear this low, so all this stuff I could just, you know, toss. I can go through it all later and clean it. For now, I want to get all this stuff done. Alright, this is a little risky, but I think, keyword think, I can do it. Alright, home gang. Good, home gang. Yeah, I used too many mitigations on that. I'm being dumb. Well, whatever. Right. Raw intuition's basically like blood spiller, so I need to keep that in mind. I hate the slow debuff that stupid gremlin gives. One's an Ampedor also give it, but one's in an earlier dungeon, Ampedor also give it, but you can also use a soothe emote to remove it for some reason. I guess because back then they were still decided to have some neat combat interactions. Unfortunately, you don't really see those anymore. In fact, they didn't even make it to Heaven's Ward. That's how far back it was. Yeah, even with actual players, I could probably have done this at full power just because I think I need to be at least 3 before my AoE combo deals more damage than the single target. There's definitely perks to Home Gang having such a slow cooldown. I don't think I can handle all these guys at once, especially with that slow debuff, so I'm gonna play it safe. A little boring, but I can probably start pushing it better once I actually, you know, level up. Berserk. You know, I do appreciate that Alphino actually has Insuna on his bar. You'd be surprised how many healers don't. Part of me thinks a good reason for the healer having that in the role quest part of me wonders if the healing role quest for Dawntrail has that largely because of just how much healers neglected it. Well, I don't mind. A healer being called in for healing first and everything else second, including combat, feels very on brand, so I did genuinely like it. Huh. Mame used to have the buff, but they moved it to Storm's Eye? Well, no matter. Alright, the next boss coming up is a pretty big spoiler if you haven't played Shadowbringers yet. That said, I am in Dawntrail now, so... And I'm probably going to be going through these and possibly even some Walker dungeons, depending on how long I feel like going tonight. It takes a while to level Trust, but like I said, you need to level all of them if you want to make it through. And each expansion so far has been mostly just adding more and more DPS allies. Estinian joins in Endwalker, and Kryl joins in Dawntrail.
Focus.
Man, I do remember how people like to wonder, what would my forgiven sin be if I were a Sin Eater? A little morbid, but still kind of neat to see fandoms doing that sort of thing. Oh no, there's so many fun sins you could screw around with. Although some are also debatable, like some are whimsy and sorrow don't seem like obvious ones. Yeah, the big spoiler here.
Something special for you.
Thank you, Graha. Yeah, I'm not even gonna mitigate that because I know. Okay, maybe I should have. Oh well. I got my own self heals. There's a reason people meme that warriors are green in tanks. probably do this just to protect the team. That's a party-wise. I should probably mitigate that just for the team, if only so that Alphino has less to worry about. Right, it doesn't last 15 seconds here. That's that was a Dawntrail quality of life upgrade. I do appreciate how it's a good while before, what's it called? Before those AoEs actually start dealing damage rather than being instant. I have no melees here, so I don't need to worry about positionals. Alphino is only a super scholar here for I guess I should mitigate that. Well, no, I probably didn't have to. I was panicking over nothing. Oops, I went overcap there. You don't want to overcap. That's the big sin for DPS. I can't imagine tanks are any different. You can save it a little while if you want, but by and large you want to avoid losing it. Also, I do appreciate that the Teth's lean subplot was basically just this one and done. I genuinely was concerned upon that scene was that she'd be a recurring force we'd have to fight throughout the story, but no, we just face her here. Shadowbringers took a number of risks in the story department. That's why it's so well regarded these days. Although gameplay, well, like I said, the Shadowbringers dungeons are pretty forgettable in terms of raw. Are pretty forgettable as far as raw content. They have some nice set pieces like this, but they're basically still a bunch of pull a bunch of enemies and you're good. I don't think you can speed this up, so. Never underestimate arm's length. The slow debuff applies to auto attacks, which can basically mean instead of getting 5 auto attacks within the duration, then I only have 4, which sounds like nothing, but it's actually quite a bit in the grand scheme of things, especially with the sheer number of enemies that are attacking me. Like, let's see here. There's 4 enemies, so times 5, that's 20 hits. If that gets reduced, that's 5 less hits. So that's, what, 15 now? No, 4 times, no. 4 times 4 is 16 hits. So, yeah, that is a genuine, yeah, that's a genuine pretty good amount there. That's a genuinely decent amount of attacks reduced. And for the record, a lot of this stuff was, some of it I found on my own, but stuff like the arm's length trick, that I discovered from a friend of mine who mains Paladin. You might have even seen me party with him in some of the streams earlier, I forget. Our schedules don't always line up, so he doesn't always get to join me. Hence why he wasn't there for the ending of the Dawntrail fights. Even though we both liked how the final boss had some actual teeth to it. But one thing I will say, I really like the Dawntrail final boss is it feels like they actually have some teeth. I haven't felt like the final boss really had that since Stormblood, I guess, since Shinryu was pretty famous for wiping the first time around. There was some debate whether or not there'd be any nerf to him, but they ended up not doing so, which makes sense. It was largely a fight that was difficult because everyone was at minimum eye level for it. it got pretty nerfed pretty heavily naturally just by sheer power creep.
I will not hold back.
Yeah, this is just wait for the enemies to... No, 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 no. You guys are fighting me here. You know, I'm really glad that Viper and Pictomancer have their 1, 2, 3 combos all on basically the same button, but I'm not sure why they couldn't do it like with Warrior here. I'm not sure why one of these couldn't go into the other, because to be blunt, there's really no alternate combo. This isn't like Samurai where you can choose one and then move on. Choose one AoE, then move on to a different AoE for a different benefit. No, this is all just one worthwhile AoE. Wait, what am I doing? I should remember I can stun this guy whenever he does that. I need to remember, as tank, I can actually stun or interrupt certain skills, and doing so is a big help, especially if you have melee DPS in the party. Which, to be fair, I don't right now, but... I've been avoiding so many of these. I probably shouldn't be avoiding the chests, but at the same time, I have a lot... Most of my jobs are past this point. Here we are. Yeah, remember what I said. The mid-bosses all used the Stormblood, which was an upbeat boss theme, and this one felt completely different. Some of this day even still don't like it compared to some of the others, but well, it is what it is. On that note, I do appreciate how the Stormblood dungeon bosses here are actually relevant, since they're all a case of we need to defeat all these Light Wardens of each individual area.
Allow me.
Right, I have to remember that can go up to 60 seconds. That said, it's a shame we don't get any information about the Light Wardens that aren't trial fights. Like, we get a good amount... Like, we do get a good amount on Titania and Innocence, but we don't get much on Philia or Eos, which is a shame. The Triple Triad card actually tells them a bit more about it, but that should have been in the main story, I'd say. Yeah, I gotta get in the line here. Oopsie, I didn't. That was a lot more painful for them than it should have been. That's my oopsie. I don't know if I'm even making any sense here. I don't know, I'm probably been talking a bit... Oh, crap. Right, it's better to be on this side here.
Allow me.
See, I was too close. Again. You should probably stay close to the Trust since they do the mechanics properly. In particular, I believe Stola can't fail them unless she something gets in her way specifically. In which case, yeah, that's probably not her fault. Into the light.
Stubborn.
Stubborn. Alrighty. I do wonder if I should talk about something else here, like the Elden Ring, now that I finally beat the DLC with my friends over or on stream there, but at the same time, I don't know. It honestly left with mixed feelings, which I guess is a bit of a running theme lately, given what's happened with Dawntrail. I do genuinely love all the dungeon stuff. There's less of them, but they're a lot more intricate and interesting. At the same time, some of the areas are not nearly as interesting to traverse, which is a bit disappointing. Like, the fingerprint area looks cool, especially from the map, but it also basically amounts to, but it's also a really huge area with really nothing interesting before you get to the horn place thingy. Oh, nobody used the LB. Then again, maybe they didn't get a chance. Well, whatever. Lakeland Kane. Well, whatever. I didn't level from that, but I guess that's fine. I'm here to level the trusts, and that's ultimately what matters most. The trusts each have some quirks to them to make them feel more like to make them feel a bit more alive, like how Alphino will always prioritize his sister if she's damaged before the player and tank. If they're separate people, if they're both like me, then the player and tank get equal priority. But that also means you must never have them together if you want to do what I was doing there and have as many bigger pulls. Oh dear. Let me grab a sip of my drink and I'm gonna go back in. Hold on. Right, this isn't a duty, this is trust. I did get all the trusts up to level 80, so that is nice. So if I wanted to, I could, in fact, take them all to the Endwalker areas and be fine. Huh. Zero is a trust there. I thought Zero was I thought it was duty support only. Incidentally, trust and duty support were the same at one point, with the story always giving you a freebie if they weren't leveled, but they separated duty support and trust support during Endwalker. Interesting. Zero is a trust, but only for the max level areas. Interesting. She's not obvious. She's also Endwalker only, so can't bring her like Shadowbringers. Much like how I can't bring Ring to other places.
Let's give it our all.
Our fates are not.
Yeah, I really need to level Alice, but I also can't have her with me. Have her with Alphino, so I guess we'll go here, and Holzminster switch it is. I was hoping to get some upgrades to my gear, but I guess that's gonna have to happen naturally while doing these. Release defense. Yeah, I'm pretty sure all this stuff is from back when yeah, this stuff is from Stormblood. So this gear is not gonna be ideal, I can tell you that much. Yeah, let's just kill this bear apropos of nothing, because he hits harder than the others here. I could probably do a full pull of the others, but not with him involved. Oh yeah, one thing that my tank bite did tell me is that you do want to legitimately dash between pulls, because that means the other enemies won't be able to attack until you actually get there. Home gang. Home gang, I believe, is a Viking good term. Alright, I should be using raw intuition more, huh? Yeah, I really should be using raw intuition more. LSA is always quick to use the LB, so... I believe Reen and Stola usually only use the Limit Break if no one else does. Although I'm surprised neither of them used it in the final boss there. Although it's possible there was never a... just simply never a, opening, and that can be the big deal. The CPU only uses it when it is absolutely safe. Nice AoE here. Alright, so Warrior's the only tanks where their dash actually deals damage. Good to know. Yeah, they bumped how much enmity the tank dashes do, because it turns out that because Pictomancers are so upfront burst heavy, a lot of tanks kept losing aggro to them. And so that was a big buff, granted. Now others insisted it was a skill issue, and I don't know, as soon as I realized that was an issue, I simply made sure to do a couple AoEs before moving on, and that usually was more than enough. So it didn't seem too bad from my end, but I'm also not very experienced tank, so... Warrior's currently second in it's the second most powerful tank after Gunbreaker, and Gunbreaker is basically a hybrid with DPS, so most people are fine with that. That said, Dark Knight, many have noted the Dark Knight feels a little left behind. I can't give an opinion since I obviously don't play Warrior, so I don't know for sure, but I wouldn't mind if they make Dark Knight more like it was an Endwalker, where it was heavily focused around burst. because the nice thing about burst is it's not just helpful. Well, in terms of the opening here, it also means the job is a lot more forgiving to newbie or inexperienced Dark Knights, because as long as they get the burst down, they still get a pretty decent much. Like I think I mentioned, but during Endwalker, while Dark Knight was second highest damage after Gunbreaker, the fact that they focused entirely on burst meant that the low end of Dark Knights, for the less skilled ones, was actually a lot higher than the low end of Gunbreaker. Which means the less experienced Gunbreakers were doing less damage than even less damage than less experienced Dark Knight. So that was actually kind of interesting to think about. Throw our Tomahawk. Excellent, that feels pretty good. Might as well use this to make that team-wide and not hurt as badly for the others. Yeah, I don't need to mitigate this. Yeah, I'm panicking more than I really need to. I was wondering why I didn't train Alice more, but then I remember, yeah, it's because she keeps stealing the DPS, and I'm usually a DPS main. Well, I guess it's fine if I leave her behind, as long as I make sure to focus Alpino. Ah, crap, that's a really long run. I gotta dash.
You underestimate me.
I was going to grab another VN to do after this, because I know there's a bunch of really good ones I've yet to touch, like Your Turn to Die and all that stuff. Especially if you're a fan of death games. There's a lot of death game ones out there. But I guess I've just been in the mood for this game. I guess in spite of my mixed feelings for the story, the gameplay feels great, and I just feel motivated to level everything. Oh, crap. Here we are. Easy. I really should be checking these. Even if I can't use them, I can either turn them in for Grand Company seals, break them down for raw materials that can be potentially valuable. There's a lot of things you can do with items you can't use. That's why some people agreed on stuff they don't want or don't need, just because they have ways which they can. Oh, I don't like this. I really should just take these guys out, because that stupid switch gremlin is such an issue. Yeah, switch gremlin, focus you down. Ooh. Honestly, with the sheer amount of DPS, I could probably afford to focus on analysis. Yeah, I think maybe I will. Yeah. The reason I'm forced to Stola a lot is because she's one of the very only. Let's see here. There's a lot of overlap between characters in. Actually, I come to think of it, Endwalker, Shadowbringers, and Dawntrail all have basically the exact same healers and tanks. And I know she's controversial. The people really, really don't like Clement, but I really think having her as a tank trust would have been nice, just so that we wouldn't just have the one in Thancred. And Graha, and before someone says Graha's everything, so he's a bit different. That's why I'm shoving him to the DPS slot here, because I still need to get all the healers going. I guess it's fine if I level Alisei with a DPS with someone else here. I just need to avoid bringing Reen, because Reen isn't in any expansion except for this one as a trust, so leveling her doesn't help much, unfortunately. And I highly doubt we're going back to the first in any other future expansion except for in fact, even for Endwalker, I'm still convinced we only did that as kind of a victory lap. Yeah, I'm glad I prioritized the Switch Gremlins. I avoided taking on multiple of these groups because the Switch Gremlins slowing me is a real problem, and since we can't use the Soothe emote to do that like we could in Rumbleborn, that's going to be a bit of a pain. And like I said, that sort of thing sadly never even made it to Heaven's Ward. A lot of things were very experimental in Rumbleborn was an extremely experimental expansion, trying to find what would stick and what wouldn't. Most of it the stuff that did work was refined and brought into Heaven's Ward, and the rest were kind of forgotten. Not to say Heaven's Ward didn't experiment, like the Grand Company, what's it called? Oh yeah, the Grand Company, squads, that's the right. Those were introduced in Heaven's Ward and never touched again. Generally, most work under the idea that it was probably the prototype for what would eventually become trusts. It was actually kind of neat to have building your own little squad with whatever units you wanted more than anything else. Want all Lalafell? Go nuts. Want all Rogadin? You could even change their outfits and attire, which I thought was really neat, personally. And you still can, actually. It's just that there's not really much reason to use them anymore unless you just want the Grand Company promotion, which, to be fair, is worthwhile. Or if you just want the achievements, which I don't think give anything, even. They're just there. Yeah, there's a lot of achievements that'll bring you to a lot of content that's... I guess that's a nice thing about when you go for achievements like that. They can give reason to do content that most would consider dead content. Mean as it is to call it that, it's also kind of true. Still. That's usually why whenever someone plays this game, I usually tell them don't hyper-focus one particular thing and one thing only. Like if it's just story, just raids, just anything, you're going to run out very quickly. Yeah, you want to split it up between a handful of different things, or else you'll run out.
I shall protect you.
Like if you just want this, like an Endwalker, if you just want the story and the artifact weapon, the relic, the Manderville weapon, that would be done extremely, extremely quickly.
I will not hold back.
There, good. I didn't get anyone hit. Gotta be careful. The trusts always go to predefined areas for a mechanic like that. Oh yeah, triple bell cleave.
You underestimate me.
Particular. Yeah, above all else, I don't want to lose the buffs. As long as I'm not overcapping, it should be fine. Okay, good. I was hitting that. Good.
You underestimate me.
Yeah. Good news is Thancred's the only tank who isn't an all-rounder like Graha. It's not going to be too hard to raise his trust level whenever I start leveling basically any given DPS job. Might even be Viper now that I think about it. Ah, wonderful. Nascent Chaos. I'm not going to be... No, I should be able to see that immediately. Incidentally, used to get experience from killing just enemies in the dungeon in general. That was changed a while back. I think it might have been Stormblood, actually. So that, rather, they just dumped all the XP into the mini-bosses. Right, I need to remember that. At least the good news is, because I'm leveling this, every single new skill I can start using immediately. I think the trusts get less experience for doing dungeons that they are over-leveled, but at the same time, I know because of all my bonus experience, in fact, you can see I still have well over a full set here. It's, I'm going to out-level the dungeons and, by extension, the trusts really, really quick. Ah, nice. That's an upgrade. In a lot of MMOs, haste and stuff that speeds you up is usually overpowered, but in this game it really depends on the job, because a lot of stuff like, even the Berserk here, that is entirely... It applies for a number of hits rather than for a limited time. Some jobs you do want to have attack speed to fit in more hits into a limited space. But for a lot of them, like Machinist, even my own Reaper main, you can only do a fixed number of attacks, so boosted attack speed won't actually help any, because I can only do 5 hits anyways. What purpose would that even do? I'm just really shooting the breeze at this point, but... Well, I did even label the very stream I'm just wasting time tonight leveling trusts for no reason. Yeah, and the big issue with trusts is that first of all, well, like I mentioned, the tanks will just plain melt if they start pulling more than one group at a time. Thancred and Graha just don't have the durability for it. And I'm guessing that's by design so that you simply can't, you know, take the easy way. Hey, and they try and ensure that the trusts are never better than just playing with players, at least as far as efficiency goes. There we go. A good tank should be doing stuff like that. But as we've established, I am not a good tank, so I apologize. Oopsie, I hit the wrong button. Oh well. Yeah, have I mentioned I never play Warrior? Yeah, Paladin and Warrior are the ones I don't really vibe with for whatever reason. I can't exactly explain why. I'm even told the Warrior is actually pretty similar to Dark Knight right now. They did buff Dark Knight in the patch in the recent patch at time of streaming, but it's not much if we're honest. Kind of funny. See, I miss Diurnal and Nocturnal Sect. They got rid of those in Dawntrail, in Endwalker because they wanted to basically, since they were adding another healer job in this case, since they were adding Sage as another healer job, rather than having two boost shielders, one pure healer and one all-rounder, they decided, one adaptable one, they decided to just make it a more straightforward. Or, okay, it's always just pure healing and I haven't, I'm gonna be honest, I haven't played the new, Astro yet, but I don't know. From friends who have played it, well, friends in the FC who have played it have told me it's basically removed everything that I thought was interesting about it back, because Astro did genuinely used to be my main healer before Sage. However, they've gradually removed more and more of the RNG from it, as well as a lot of other stuff. And I'm sure it's good for what it is now. It's just we'll have to see, though. At the very least, it can't suck more than it did during Shadowbringers. Like, I raised Astro during the before the first buff to it in Shadowbringers, and those of you who have played Shadowbringer, well, Shadowbringers already has a reputation for being shit to healers, but if you actually played healer back then, you're probably thinking, wait, before even the first one? Yes, absolute release. Yeah, that's one of those tug your collar or go situations. That was a really shitty time. So as long as it'll probably at least be better than that. I've taken Solstice and that for, you know, whatever dubious value that is. Yeah, the snapshot there is a little wonky. Yeah, let's go this way. Kill the Iron Chain for all else. There we are. Our ally stays here, so she should use it whenever it's at her earliest convenience. Yeah, see? Hush. I guess it's only until once Endwalker drops that she gets herself a unique limit break too. Okay, there we are. Shake it off. Overtime. There we are. There we are, Lake and Lance. I don't need that. Ha. It's still trust. 72. I think since I still have the weekly mission, I think this and the I really do need to get Alphino worked on, but Alice needs experience more than anyone. Oh, actually Alice is still going. Yeah, Stola needs to be leveled, so I need to keep her up. Maybe I should focus her specifically because she has AoE. And DPS is the most I have the most freedom with. I can just level up Alice as anything, including as another DPS. So, Alphino, I don't really do trust as healer, so Alphino is going to get leveled on his own anyways, so I guess I can do it with this team. It does mean Urianger is going to be running past Alphino for a bit, but I think that'll be fine. I'll be going through this multiple times with everyone eventually, so... Oh, right. Mr. Switch. Wait. Yeah, it feels like the first dungeon of each expansion is the one I see the most. Like, I always see Hulse Minister Switch feel like I've memorized this dungeon just for how often I've done it. I mean, not well, because obviously I died, but I guess that could also be just me being arrogant. Especially since my gear's still pretty far behind right now. Gunbreaker, I might feel confident pulling it absolutely everything, but as Warrior, which I haven't played since probably Shadowbringers for Blunt, yeah, I wouldn't get my hopes up here. Even Paladin I didn't touch, and Shadowbringers only really got up to 81 come Endwalker. Yeah, the way Astro used to work is you'd use Diurnal Sect to be a heal over time and Burst Healer focused one, and Nocturnal Sect to be a shield healer. But they removed the sects and just made it focus on healing over time, and also all it really affected was that the aspected heals will now also either have a heal over time or a shield, and one of them would give you the opposite effect. So in Nocturnal Sects, the shield spell would be a heal over time, and the heal over time would be a shield. And hold on, I don't even know if I'm making any sense anymore. Excellent. Feels good. I wouldn't mind rotating out Alisei for more Alphino, I guess. The only reason I hesitate in that particular department is the fact that there's not what DPS do I replace her with, because if I go with Graha, that means I'm losing a potential other tank or heal. Reen is only in this expansion, so that won't do much. So the XP she would have gotten is wasted. And Stoll, I definitely want Race. She's falling behind a bit. This is also a song I'm intimately familiar with simply because of how often it's been played.
Together, we overcome. I shall protect thee.
Also, I appreciate that we have some heal. Most of the healers are actually male healers. A lot of games like to make the healer female because that's usually support's usually traditionally female. But it also means male healers are basically unicorns. But here, no shame in it. A lot of the NPCs are, or a lot of the main healers are indeed male NPCs, so it feels nice just knowing that there's a decent amount of male healers around. Yeah, I hope, since we've gone tank's the one that's gone longest without a new addition, I'm going to guess that whatever the next expansion is, that one's going to be a new tank, and I hope they become a trust purely so that, Thancred isn't alone in being the tank main of the group. Even if it's just for that expansion, it'd be nice, you know? Triple. Oh yeah. Triple Bell Cleaves. Oh yeah, I did look, speaking of Warrior, I did look up what happens with Wuklamot if you play as tank for the duty support. She does in fact stay a Warrior, she's just DPS instead. So basically she achieves the dream that all other Warriors wish they could be for some reason. Oh, poor Urianger. That must have hurt like hell. Let's go ahead and weaken this so that he does. It's a bit eased up on the guy. Yeah, I'm just gonna eat it raw. Take it. Ah, nice. I get a bit of healing from my attack, so I'm not too bothered. Alright, definitely want to be over here. Poor Alice chose the wrong spot to be. Well, sucks to be you. And as per usual. On God.
Let's give them a show.
And she had to reposition it. I guess she was worried she'd have to reposition it, so she canceled it. Yeah, Alice is a meme because because she is really eager to use the limit break, even if you're yourself. Okay. Estinian and Endwalker and I'd assume Dawntrail have the same issue where he also loves to do the limit break before the player gets a chance to. But most people don't mind him doing it simply because he's a single target and he usually uses it on a boss. So you can usually feel Solstice you can at least feel fine knowing, okay, well at least it's not at least it wasn't wasted. Because a single target. There we are. There we are. On that note, do not underestimate the raw healing that Astro has. A lot of people always point at White Mage for having the most oh shit emergency heals, but Astro has just as many, if not more. They had it. So yeah, do not underestimate Astro's ability to keep someone from dying. Nascent Chaos. Yeah, get rid of the stupid gremlin. It's nice having some HP spongery available to me, I guess. At least the good news is, the more he inflicts this slow effect on me, the more I resist it until it becomes fully resisted. And yes, it applies to enemies as well. If I stun them over and over again, they eventually become immune to it. This is something White Mages actually genuinely do have to pay attention to, if only because their holy AoE attack spell does in fact stun. It does, however, at least have the nice benefit that the tank doesn't have to worry about mitigation for the first few seconds of a pull. It's gonna feel nice not having a... Crap, I forgot to add Berserk. Oh well. Alright, well, so I can make them feel the slow this time. Right, it's probably better a single target after this point. There we go. I don't feel confident about the trust ability to keep me alive with 2 switch gremlins on my ass. Yeah, max HP buff when it also heals you for that amount, it can sometimes be even better than proper healing, since it also gives you a bit of a cushion. You know, it's probably good we're not wasting our time taking out all these things around us, so they might, Then again, a lot of dungeons have a lot of interesting stuff to look at if you're paying attention.
All that I have and more I bring to bear.
Oh, nice. Yeah, as you level trust, they gradually learn some new abilities unique to themselves that aren't just inherent to the job, so it's usually worth your time to be doing just that. Playing tank a lot lately has reminded me of why it's easy to see why people like it. While it's usually the default team party leader and such to control, since to a degree you and the healer are the ones who control the flow of how fast things move around or the general progression of a fight, it can also feel a bit more like you're actually, you know, fighting the monster. Quadruple fell cleave.
I'll handle the healing.
I shall protect thee.
They sometimes screws up mechanics. Blizzard with the Seven Dawn. Alice messes up mechanics a decent amount of time, so you do have to be careful with her.
You underestimate me.
It's fine if she limit breaks since I'm not the damage dealer. Shake It Off is one of those skills where I swear I see it everywhere, but it seems to do something different each time. I'm guessing it's probably a D&D tabletop thing. Poor Yurionje got hit twice.
Let's hold back.
mitigate this. Or maybe I will anyways, just for the sake of it. I didn't need to mitigate it, if we're honest, but I guess it's okay. Always keeps giving me repeats. And the fun part is I've got an idea for a glamour status soon, but the problem is it's going to require all of the Vanguard drops for caster, so that's going to be fun. I don't know, maybe I should just use that mascot outfit. What level do I get this skill at? Origin, anyway, 86. Okay, so I will be getting it in Endwalker. I'll be getting an Endwalker content. I get why, but it is a little disappointing when the new stuff in a kit is primarily just an attack that was previously AoE only is now single target, and an attack that was once single target is now has an AoE alternative. Might as well bring these guys over here so that I can more easily grab them. Don't know why I didn't do this sooner now that I think about it. Can you tell I never tank main? You can probably tell I never tank main. Usually if you're going to do trust and stuff like this, it's usually pretty easy to keep yourself geared up, since it usually drops what you need, but it hasn't been doing that for me lately. And wait for the final curtain call. Excellent. I believe someone did the math and pointed out to me that the slow effect basically gives you a rampart effect, so you 20% damage mitigation. That's really not half bad. Should probably focus this guy down. Eyes look here. There we are, tail swing done. Right, the trusts aren't designed for that. Although granted, they didn't have to get that close, I wish to state for the record. I do not have the only melee one is Alice, and even that's unnecessary.
Away with you.
Daggers, I already have those. Ninja's another one I need to get up. Although, since that's a DPS, it might be easier to use beast tribes and stuff to push that. I probably don't need to do that twice, but you know, the NPCs aren't gonna be getting pissy at me, so why bother? I'm getting too worked up. We definitely need a stole. Oh, that was really fast. We broke her out. Nice. Right at front, so I want to stay in the tail. I can just heal myself, that always feels good. Darn, I was a little late for that shield. Ooh, but not too late for this one. Okay, yeah, my shield still got used. Shake it off, regenerating HP over time. Wow. Every time I think I've seen all the heals that Warrior has available, it adds even more. On God. Alright, here we are.
I shall protect you.
Now that was some good burst. Alright, lower the damage up a little bit so that we don't hurt nearly as much. Upheaval is really just an off-global cooldown damage, nothing else. Honestly, that feels kind of... I was kind of hoping for something a little more interesting. I'll spell cleave it, whatever. I don't want to take risks and have that Aether stuff go off while it's still captured. Call me paranoid, but I'm playing it safe.
There'll be nothing left of you but a smoking crater!
There we are. Dungeon Master. Really? Really, game? Really, game? Well, I guess I could do a low level real quick just to get going. Right. Recommend gear. Nothing uses this anymore, so let's drop it to the inventory. Might as well do a quick leveling roulette since I haven't done this today. This is a Doma Castle. Okay, this is a Stormblood dungeon. Alright, time to go through here. There we are. Feels nice having DPS that actually AoE, huh? I don't have a Picto in the party, so I don't need to worry about the burst. I should probably home gang this. Home gang. I guess I didn't need it in the end. Doma Castle. I did genuinely like this dungeon because it really did a good job of establishing us attacking a stronghold. Give that feeling, I mean. However, I didn't like it in the sense that, well, a big thing with Stormblood is it had a decent amount of filler to it. Like, it was given as the Alamigan expansion, but we spent most of the time in Doma, which would be fine, but... Actually, now that I think about it, even in Doma, there was a decent amount of areas that made me think this feels an awful lot like, you know, a pillar. Like, don't get me wrong, I did genuinely love the, I did find the Azim Steppe areas enjoyable, but looking back, all it really did was buy us time to... Because then the bad guy we were fighting caught up with us, we had everyone fight him, and then just kind of ended right then and there. Basically within the exact same instance in which we won the competition to get them on our side, which, not gonna lie, I felt a little disappointing. Someone here is doing Stormblood, so I should probably just let them have all the gear. Yeah. Actually, let's just... just heal myself to help the healer a bit. My mitigation fell off. Whoops. I need to stop letting it do that. You guys are counting on me. After all, the sooner I get through this, the more they can get through Stormblood, and... Well, Stormblood's generally considered a weaker one. It's still... It does have a fan-favorite villain. I mean, I don't like him very much, but I do respect that other people do, so... Hopefully I can get them back to him sooner rather than later. Because who knows, maybe they'll... He is his biggest fan. About this crew. Sorry. I think last time I was here was Shadowbringers. So I guess I forgot that last crew. Yeah, I should have done that massive pull, but oh well. I probably want to be between these, so let's do it that way. Yeah, I think that was a smart decision. Yeah, the dancer should be fine there. Yeah, I don't want to use too many big cooldowns, because I need to save those for the actual... Oh, it's this way. Alright, here we are. Alright, let's see if I can take them the full way around, because I know there's a few other enemies here. I should have enough aggro on them that even the healer's dot shouldn't get me. Yeah, it feels really nice having DPS that actually AoE. And is this a rogue's weapon? Don't need that. Oh crap, I missed these guys. Yeah, gonna have to provoke that guy. Yeah, I am really failing my team really hard right now. Here we are, the boss. Man, I remember this guy. He was actually a recurring enemy, which is why I thought that Tesleen might be the same for Shadowbringers. Usually when he was... I wasn't... Like with the... Yeah, he's making the exact reference you would expect.
Go together!
Yeah, like with the Dawntrail role quest guys, I wasn't sure how seriously to take this guy's threat because he almost seemed Team Rocket-esque. And usually when characters like that, either they die, join you, or yeah, I guess thinking about it. Yeah, this should be a safe spot. I knew it. I can't be directly on him like that because, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Stormblood dungeons are always pretty neat. The bosses here have actual mechanics and interesting stuff. Since this, after Heaven's Ward was successful, they decided to make Stormblood the more experimental one to see what stuff came. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't need any of these, so... Excellent. Now I don't have to do another whole Minister Switch run, which I really, really wanted to avoid. Excellent. Now, sorry for that, I'll be back to our scheduled Trust. In which case we can go to Don Meg. Ooh, yeah, they're leveling a lot more slowly because this is not relevant content for their level. Thing is, like I said, if I just start with Endwalker stuff, which they are level 4, I'm gonna out-level it because of my XP meter there, which is why I'm taking it a bit slow. Don Meg.
My strength is yours.
should at least give him 83, I guess.
I stand ever ready.
Right, I gotta repair first. Shadowbringers was also where the dungeons started giving you gear of that level, if it's a leveling dungeon. Which is nice, because it does at least guarantee that even if you don't get anything of your job, you'll get something that'll be a relevant upgrade. Yeah, while I can understand why some criticize the vertical progression this game has, since nothing, no matter how special it is, will always be outdated, it does mean you avoid the Shadow of the Erdtree problem where, ooh. Yeah, I do like how lights actually turn on stuff when the time of day actually becomes night and stuff. But yeah, Shadow of the Erdtree was great, but pretty much almost the majority of stuff there was side grades. The only direct upgrades were stuff like the talismans and things. So it was it's very possible to go in there and not find anything that's particularly good for your build unless you just happen to feel like respeccing into one of the new stuff it introduces. Which can be kind of a letdown. Duty support. Oh yeah, I never checked. They did eventually add these, huh? I see. So that's how they did it. Huh, you can do these with trusts too, huh? Estinian. Oracle. Vault. Yeah, that. Parago. Yeah, you could really tell that these storylines were not designed with the trusts in mind. So they had to just make someone who happened to be there. Thancred. Thancred has changed jobs the most, I think. He was a bard here originally. He was then a ninja for the patch rogue or ninja during the patch storyline in Heavensward. Kind of sat out this expansion, but then when he came back in Shadowbringers, he was a tank, of course. I guess that's fitting, though, showing that he changes jobs just like we do. And I do appreciate the duty support does allow you to be characters you normally can't play as, like Hydrophon and Ysael. Well, they were NPC only. I mean, they still technically are, because you can't play as them, but it still is kind of neat to have them in the actual team for the time. Oracle of Frost. And of course, Endwalker decided to actually be creative with it. I really hope they do more like this. More like what they did with the Ctistis Hyperborea, because this was genuinely one of my more fun, trust things to do with. So much that even though it was I believe when I streamed it, I actually went through with regular players to keep it fast, because I was worried that maybe if I was going too slow, that might not be as entertaining. But then I realized, where else am I ever gonna be in a party with these guys? So yeah. Alright, let me grab a sip of my drink and I'll go to Don Meg. This is also one of my favorite dungeons from Shadowbringers. Gee, a Fae streamer are enjoying a Fae dungeon. Who would have thought? Interject. Alright, I should try and see if I can do... no, I probably shouldn't yet. Not until I get some better gear, I think. Alright, we'll do it the slow way, and... You know what, I'll give it a go. Why not? What's the worst that can happen, right? Just that I die horribly, a horrible, horrible death. Yeah, see, I died a horrible, horrible death. At least it resets all my cooldowns so that I can go back immediately. That's always good. Now, is he gonna try and use his, nourishment again? No, if you interrupt him once, he will not do it again. Yeah, like that's why I said a good tank knows how to do stuff like that. Death of the Seventh Dawn. You want to rotate your cooldowns, not stack them like I keep doing. I'm just an ignoramus who keeps screwing up. Alice, say, what the hell are you doing? I should have stunned that guy, but too late now. But yeah, as you can see, I can absolutely hold my own against these guys if I'm smart. It's pretty. Such breathtaking scenery. Alright, there's enough enemies here that I fully heal. That's good. I need to use raw intuition as much as humanly possible because I'm healing up the full every single one of them. Man, I wish Abyssal Drain on Dark Knight was this good. I do like that skill, it's just that the 1 minute cooldown means I can basically only use it every other pull in a dungeon. And since it shares a cooldown with Carbon Split, I have to really be careful because Carbon Split gives me back MP and MP is kind of huge. MP is the whole thing I rely on managing, after all. There we are. Remember, I can always heal myself every minute or so. Yeah, there's a reason people meme that tanks are green TPS. No, green tanks or blue healers. There we are. first boss time. Ah, our guests have arrived. More of the lingering gaze. Yeah, I'm not even gonna mitigate that. Didn't even have to mitigate it. If anything, this will just be nice to give me some time for my mitigations to go off cooldown for the next pulls. Because if I remember right, the next ones are kind of big. If you know what you're doing, they're actually not that bad, I'm assured. I just don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, if I go with the ones that just were, I should avoid it.
Protect me.
Shake it off, everyone. Candy cane. Off have a way of giving guests a smashing welcome.
I fear.
Ah, crap.
I shall not yield.
Guess I will have to do this. Poor Hurion J. I guess to his credit, I used to mess these up a lot more back when Shadowbringers was new. I just could not get this right for the life of me. It was only when I learned the trick that it became easier to handle. Luckily, Alice A is a red mage, and red mages have a revive. The trick is always go to where it just fired off, because it can't go there twice in a row. Yeah, see, I didn't do it that time, and you see what happened? Bravo, very impressive. Off it goes, just do more, turn the crank. To your prize. Home gang time. Yeah, I knew using the, it was a good idea. Oh, there we go, yeah. As soon as Broad's intuition's up, I'm in good shape. Okay, yeah, I'm starting to learn that War Intuition is the key to these big pulls. Yeah, remember I said I like how the players have actual DPS. Yeah, here's this. This here is what happens when everyone just single targets. Granted, I only have a single target for the optimal cooldown until I get them. Although it is, I will admit, it's kind of boring that it's damage and absolutely nothing else. At least with Dark Knight, Abyssal Drain heals, and Carbon Split grants MP. That was an AoE, that was nice. Fending. Okay, good. That is actually an upgrade to the armband, so we'll do that. And the nice thing is that since War is my lowest level tank, I can just throw out at anything below its level. My apologies, but accidents do happen. As we've learned, there is no such thing as an accident with the Fuoth. I shouldn't have gotten hit by Canopy there.
I shall protect you.
This is a bit painful for the NPCs to do it. This is actually not that bad of a pull if you have players on your side. The problem is, yeah. And I'm pretty sure these limits to the trusts are 100% intentional. Pretty much entirely because that, again, they don't want you to, they don't want to remove the player aspect from the game. They want you to have a reason to still play with players. In this case, it's easier to farm. I can probably hit this later. That thing is actually hitting a little hard. Actually, no. Too off. There we are. The more fending stuff I get, the better. Slaying. I don't think I have anything that uses that, so... But yeah, I'll go through my inventory after the stream and just toss out everything that I don't need. Because, here we are. Yeah, we have to block these so that it doesn't get powered up. But as you notice, we have 4 people, but there's 5 beams. That means he'll get 1 buff no matter what we do, which is moderately annoying.
Ice will protect you.
Growing, absorbing nutrients, spurring rapid growth.
Gloves are off.
Yeah, the team's a lot better at clearing those. I need to block another one. Yes, you do in fact grow in size. It is amazing. Fully grown, fully matured. But as you can see, the mini-boss has not reached that point, which is good because once he does, it becomes a pain in the ass. The beast fell short of the dungeon. Yeah, have I mentioned how much I love this dungeon? It's a shame they haven't done any hard mode dungeons since, like, Stormblood. But you can tell these dungeons are, in fact, still built that way. Like, you can see, as we'll go through the palace, you'll see there's quite a few paths we straight up never run into. Welcome to Armel Palace. The crown's that way. Sadly, there is no way to speed this up. You cannot ignore it. Yeah, the Shell Crown's a MacGuffin we're here for, but as you can see... Yeah, we don't... This is obviously fake, because we're nowhere near close. It even says arrive at the throne room, but rather than collect crown. Protectors conspicuously absent. Oh, fake. We'll have to keep going. And unfortunately, you do, in fact, have to, might as well single target this myself. Not like they're gonna rip aggro off me. Alex hasn't even touched this one. Now this one's actually kind of tricky if you want to go the entire way through. probably well known at this point, but the Warrior's AoE actually used to be overpower. It used to actually be a cone in front of you as opposed to a circle around you. But since Paladin and Dark Knight both get one that was a circle around them, they decided to make it the same, which I get it for the purpose of consistency, but I also understand why it was considered disappointing. Because the tanks already have a lot of skills that are functionally equivalent to the other tanks. So removing them further individuality is not going to exactly endear anyone towards it. But it does at least mean they can design the dungeons in a way they don't have to... Yeah, as you can see here, there's a lot of paths that we theoretically might be able to go one day, but we can't. Provoke. Provoke used to give you exactly the amount of aggro as everyone else, plus one. The same aggro as the person with the highest aggro towards it, plus one, which means it could be easy to accidentally rip it off again, but now it also gives you a decent boost. The Naiad's not going to be too hard to lose, I'm not worried about that. Yeah, you can see there's a ton of side paths here we clearly can theoretically go, but can't. So they clearly do build these dungeons in case they theoretically add a hard mode later, because unlike in other RPGs with hard mode dungeons, the hard mode dungeons in this game are not just the same dungeon, but with some additional, with harder enemies, maybe a few more enemies in some cases. No, it's basically the same. It's basically a completely different dungeon, since it's basically the dungeon boosted later. Yeah, this is going to be pretty easy for the team. Fey Planisphere. If you want a Fey weapon, it's usually a better idea to, yeah, it's usually better to go for Titania Extreme, because now that it's 2 expansions away, it's actually pretty easy to get what you want from it. It's pretty easy to farm it, I guess, would be the best way to put it. Plus the crafted ones are out, which are even better. It's a nice illusion, but you can't fool us. Or the loathsome gate. Time for a musical interlude. Right, I forgot about that aspect. Crippling blow. Oh, I forgot, so I shouldn't have let that drop. Implier. Choir. Fabulous. Oh, sweet melody. Take fantastic. It's an illusion, so you can't die from this, but it can be a bit of a pain. Of course. Urianger waits until someone finishes so he teleports across. Now you're probably thinking, ooh, can I do the same? No. No, you can't.
This is going to leave a mark.
A song of terror. Kukulin from the Void Ark. This is the scariest thing you can really think of. Poor Alice. Yeah, don't be standing in front of him is the lesson of that. Give me a crescendo, give me fortissimo.
Away with you.
Alright, let's debuff him for this. Yeah, we're at the point he's spamming it.
I shall protect you.
Inquire. Toad Choir.
There'll be nothing left of you but a smoking crater.
Stola hit level 82. Not bad. Not bad at all. Dawntrail. I think that's the axe, maybe? I think that's the axe. Obertite ring. All right. Oopsie. I forgot to swap to a crafting job to get the XP out of that. Well, not much I can do now. Circlet of naming. Breaches of healing. Equip. Oh, Paladin's using it. Paladin's level 80. I shouldn't be using that for that, so... Whatever. I'll worry about that later. Follow gauntlets. I can sell this raw material later. Generally, what I've been told is that leathers and cloth usually sells pretty well because those can't just be gathered. Especially the leathers, because those have to require farming enemies to get drops of, and most crafters would rather just buy it, especially since they're going to make more money from, It's also what I did when I was farming to max out my shared fates, but I couldn't afford the vouchers for the flying squirrel mount yet. Or rather, I didn't unlock the ability to buy them yet. I was spending them all for like 99 stacks of leather and selling those, and those made a really, really big profit. They probably sell even better now that the raids here and raid gear is here, since people need that material to craft it. So pretty good profits to be had. And of course, I could always just sell the vouchers for the mount itself. Those sell for a ridiculous amount of money on... Yeah, the vouchers alone are well over 100k each last time I checked. 100 to 150k each, I think. So it's a lot easier to do that. So you could definitely make a good profit. Like, I've got about 30 now. I could easily make around 300k if I really... Actually, no, that'd be 3 million. Wow. I'll have to seriously consider if I want that. Realm Trellis. Yeah, that's something else entirely. No, right, I'm doing trusts. Yeah, she only just hit 82. It's gonna take her a while to get her up, but I probably should focus one of these two since they're good at AoE. Might not even hurt to focus Graha now that I think about it, just because he's that good at it. Just because having him as an all-rounder would be nice. I can't raise... Thancred does also need some work, but I also can't raise him any since I'm playing tank. Although... I'm sure I won't regret giving this a go. Oh no, it's trust. Insufficient item level, oh my. Huh. Carves off 500? What's holding me back? That is not a valid choker. Yeah, these are the problem here. Oh, raid? Let me just do this then. Looks like you were going Minecraft. Hope you had a good time. Welcome, welcome. I'm just doing trust runs in Final Fantasy XIV here. So basically I'm just leveling the NPC allies. I'm gonna have to redo that at some point in the future. $70, huh? Oh, actually, I can, Oh, no, first, I was a little too quick there. Oh, whatever. Trying to drain a lake. Drowned zombies are a menace. Oh, my. Alright, see you later, Emma. Thanks for stopping by. I do not need this. I do not need this. I do not need this. I probably should be exchanging those for something else, or at least selling them to the NPCs, but oh, whatever. Not a big deal. Insufficient level.
My strength is yours. I stand ever ready.
Graha's really leveling fast. Yeah, I really should bring the twins together, but again, Alphino will prioritize Alisaie, so I can't afford that. At least it'll be easier once I actually get to the Endwalker areas, because we'll have Estinian to help out as well, so...
I stand ever ready. My strength is yours.
And not Home Minister switch, it has to be Don Meg. Well, at least it should be very easy to raise Thancred once I get that going, but... Ah, crap, I forgot Alice. I forgot to swap out Alisaie. Oh, this is going to suck. Oh, I'm actually getting meter from my AoE combo now. Oh, that's going to be a huge quality of life. Okay, yeah, this is going to feel a lot better now, I think. I was wondering why it wasn't charging.
I shall protect thee.
Oh, it was Vioriange and not weird. I thought I changed it. Whatever. I can change it when I get back. Well, no matter. Rather than swapping out between the two, I probably should just pick out a dedicated team and stick to them from start to finish. Because I can always use another raise on another job if I really have to. Oopsie. Yeah, I messed up really bad. Theoretically, I could just home gang them. Oh, interesting. There's actually a way to go through here to there, but we're forced to go the long way. That is actually quite interesting. Yeah, I never noticed that before, but yeah. Like I said, these dungeons are all designed so that theoretically they could come back and make another version of them if need be. They haven't done that in ages, like there's another area there you clearly can't go. Alright, at least this time I'll load a home gang. I shouldn't try again since he already did so once before. My HP cannot go below 1 as long as I have this swing.
Away with you! I will not hold back.
Might as well get the heal over time effect on me. And maybe I should just focus on one like Yurion J before Alphino. I could also dump Graho over, so that in worst case scenario I'll always have someone. Because Graho can be anything, so... Oh right, I forgot the food. It's not much, but it does genuinely boost my experience gain by a decent bit, so it should add up. No need to mint that. What way of the smashing welcome? Oopsie. Like I said, go to where it was. But the nice thing is tank privilege means even if I screw up, I'll still be able to... I'll still survive because I don't die easily.
This is going to leave a mark.
I shall protect thee.
Shake it off overtime. If you're DPS and you run into one of these and you can't seem to avoid it, stand on one that is about to go off since you can survive one. his blood.
This is going to leave a mark.
There we are. Onward, friends, onward to your prize. Home gang.
You underestimate me.
Oops, yeah, I should not have stacked those two. Oh well, at least I'm practically invincible during this time. And then I'm squishy, incredibly squishy after. That's gonna suck. For some reason, I keep hitting this zero key, but it's not coming up. Weird. Or whatever. Ah. Healing. Don't really need any of these, so. Sorry, but accidents happen. Well, it's carpentry. Interrupted.
I will not hold back. You underestimate me.
Raw intuition. Go. was a little dangerous. But we did it. I knew that you trusts can do it. Now granted, trusts do make a good, if all else fails, do this sort of situation, because let's just say I've had parties bad enough that trusts would genuinely be faster. It's very rare, but I've seen it happen. Part of the reason I use them for Dawntrail is because, well, like in Endwalker, I figure there might be some trust times we get some trusts that are actually pretty unique, like the Justice dungeon, but... And also because, well, I was DPS and I didn't know if the healer strike that was going on was going to be actually something worth noting. Luckily, it turned out to not be necessary because the content is the big thing that caused it was when someone managed to beat a dungeon with no healers. I was kind of iffy on that because that's something that you did in Shadowbringers as well, so... It's not new, but although it is still a valid complaint, I will say that much because, as I said, the dungeons here are pretty easy to pull a lot of stuff. Like, I could not absolutely not do a full pull there if this was a Dawntrail dungeon, especially if it was one of the harder ones. But, I'm glad. The content here actually ended up being a bit rough, thus the healers are actually still seen as necessary. Although for the record, I still do hold to my previous statement that you can do a dungeon without a tank like me. It probably sounds a bit silly, but all you really need is to rotate the tank busters between the healers and DPS. It's tricky, but I've done it before, so I can confirm it happens, and obviously if I can do it, you don't even have to be that great.
This is going to leave a mark.
Now think about it, there's only a couple... I think this is the only leveling dungeon. Yeah, this one and the level 79 dungeon are the only ones that in Shadowbringers that don't have a Light Warden boss at the end. Which makes sense, although thinking about it, it was, the overall story, well, there was a lot of nuances going on. The overall story was basically a Zelda-like, story of defeat all the Light Wardens to open the gate to Ganon, or in this case, whoever the final boss is. It's probably not too hard to guess who the final boss would be, but it was pretty much on the assumption that if we can defeat all the Light Wardens, we should theoretically be able to open the way to them to save the first. There we are. Dang, I knew there was a decent stat squish after Endwalker, but I didn't realize just how low only 30k HP and a bit under 30k HP in Shadowbringers area. Sheesh. Healing, don't need that, so let's just synthesize it. Oopsie.
Together we shall overcome this.
probably don't even need some mitigation on this. Kinda interesting that their auto attacks are magic too. I guess it makes sense. Speaking of which, tank damage. As I've mentioned before, while people meme about just how powerful ones like Warrior and Gunbreaker are, they do not come close to, they do not deal anything near what an actual DPS does, but it's still relevant. During the raids of Realm Reborn, the devs did mention they don't take tank or healer DPS into account for it. Not to say it was easy. Because the game itself was new, people were still learning not only their rotations, but the game itself, so the Bahamut raids are still generally considered among the hardest at the time of release. But that's obviously changed after a bit. So now, even when Alexander came out, people were a lot more experienced, and so it was generally considered a lot easier. Yeah, the Kelpies are a little rough.
This is going to be hard.
So you're trying to think of other things I could potentially talk about. I guess I could talk a bit about my tabletop team, although there's not really much to bring up right now. I did mention we were in the end game before, and that is definitely the case.
I will not hold back.
Together we shall overcome this.
Oh yeah, stance dancing is something I could talk about. Now, if you played this game recently, you probably just realized, yeah, every tank has a tank stance they can turn on and off to significantly increase their aggro generation.
Gloves are off.
Now this makes sense, and sometimes you want to be the main tank and sometimes you want to be the off tank, but not fight the main tank for aggro. However, the way it used to work is that tank stances would, they usually have an additional bonus. Like for Warrior here, I'd have a boost of permanent 20% max HP boost, as well as a boost to healing received. And Paladin and Dark Knight would have increased defenses, raw defense stat, but they would also all reduce your damage by 20% or something like that. So that was kind of a big deal. A lot of tanks would try and secure aggro and then try to take off the stance to push their damage. This is fine, and it stayed even in Heaven's Ward, but the problem with that is that, well, I think I might have mentioned before that back in Stormblood, keeping aggro was actually everyone's job, basically, because as a DPS and healer, you had to watch your aggro because the tank alone wouldn't generate enough before they threw that out in Heaven's, they threw that out in Shadowbringers Onward, to where the tank generates so much aggro, it's impossible for anyone to keep up. Unless it's another tank, of course. Well, the issue is... it became meta to try and tank without it to the best of your ability, but unless you had a ninja in the party, because ninjas were absolutely king at controlling aggro, well, it was very easy to accidentally lose aggro to someone else, but you didn't want to put the tank stance on because that's a big damage, which means longer runs. People like to speed up runs back then as much as they did there, so it was a nasty. Dark Knight's had it a bit easier because Darkseid back then was just a manual turn-on, turn-off buff of permanent damage boost. So they could basically negate their own tank stance penalty, which is pretty neat. And it continued in that actually got continued in Stormblood, which is pretty neat. Yeah. But yeah, the tank stance stuff all remained in this. Here. Oh, right. I probably should have just been talking while doing this group, huh? Whoops, I'm a complete ignoramus. Oh well. But yeah. It was a pretty big deal since I think the tank stance dancing was cut down on. Because like the Paladins had a sword oath, that wasn't just a buff before, it was an alternate stance to their tanking stance. So it was a pretty big deal whenever they could keep it up. Like I said, yeah, they kind of created a meta where people attempted to avoid using the tank stance as much as possible. Well, or rather, it was somewhat expected to not use it. So that was kind of annoying. If you didn't know what you were doing, anyways. Defeat the boss. This is I remember this model because it was the Holocarnassus model from the Stormblood raids. It might have even been used beforehand, but I think I mentioned I raided a lot during Stormblood, so...
I shall protect.
Imp Choir. There we are. Toad Choir.
You underestimate me.
The crippling blow. Oh yeah. If you're wondering if you can just teleport across like Urianger does, like if I were to use my Gap Closer or a similar Black Mage teleport, the answer is... Damn it. The answer is no, because in terms of coding, the game treats you as simply using your... traveling across that distance very, very quickly. So even though it says it's a teleport and it looks like the Black Mage is teleporting across or whatever, that's not actually the case. Yeah, Alice just runs through here, so she tends to get by really quickly. It's nice. You've mastered the melody. Bravo. Changeling's Fantasia. Yeah, I don't want to be in front of him when he's using Corrosive Bile. So this is the shade of fear, huh? When our character's most afraid, we think of Kukulin from the Void Ark raid. Not sure why Stoll is standing there. I guess her ley lines are there? Huh. Actually, that's rather weird. Usually Stoll is rather... Stoll has a pretty good reputation for never failing mechanics. Weird.
On guard.
I can just eat this one raw. this multiple times in a row now that he's getting a little low. Might as well use this to get everyone, give everyone a heal over time to counteract the negative dot. Imp Choir. I don't think I've seen anyone fail Toad Choir or Imp Choir, but that might be because that's might be a little more crippling than usual. Then again, I guess it's possible. I mean, I just saw Ishtola fail a mechanic when my understanding was she generally doesn't. I can eat this one raw.
There'll be nothing left of you but a smoking crater.
Let's see here. Right. If you take too long to kill that boss, he doesn't have an end rage, but it's actually kind of funny. After he does those repeated AoE and bleed damage attacks, he eventually decides to go, I'm going to do another changeling one, but he screws it up and turns himself into a frog for the... At which point he takes more damage and stuff. I don't know what he does if you let him live as a frog for longer, but yeah, long story short, if you take too long to kill him, he does give you a bit of a breather because he'll accidentally turn himself into a regular frog and be unable to do anything. Astronomy. Bay Planisphere. Bayax. 92, yeah. Unfortunate I can't have those, but it's fine, I guess. Lakeland War Axe, drop that in as well. This up here just so I can keep everything down here so I can pay attention to it. I need to clean out, I know, I need to clean out my inventory. I haven't been doing that. I'll do it eventually, I swear. Maybe. Okay, you know what, I should make a promise I can't guarantee that I can keep. Need to do Dome Meg, but I think I only need to do it one more time, so...
My strength is yours. I stand ever ready.
Dome Meg. Yeah, as long as Alizé's not coming with, there should be no problem with using Alphino as the healer. Yeah, it was kind of interesting back when tanks had to stance like that. But at the same time, I can understand why they decided to just make it straightforward because, well, they probably wanted to idiot-proof it, if we're blunt. Diamond Carbuncle is adorable. I think eventually it even gets upgraded to Obsidian Carbuncle, but... Oh, no, it doesn't. Alphino stops being a scholar after the Shadowbringers, and from here on out, he's a sage. We got ourselves 2 black mages. Probably not a bad idea. Yeah, because the black mages actually have AoE, this is actually possible. wonders if maybe this stream idea was actually all that great of an idea to begin with. Simply because, well, I'm doing more of the Shadowbringers dungeons I've already done tons of times. So remember, I've already gotten everyone to Endwalker level. But at the same time, at least the Endwalker leveling dungeons, I mean. But at the same time, I don't know. Guess I'm not sure what... I'm losing my train of thought here. Oh yeah. Raw intuition is something I need to be spamming a lot more. bravo. Very impressive. Oh. I was wondering why I wouldn't... Why I was stupid. Can I... Yes, I can do this. There we are. Desynthesis successful. I was gonna look at my descent level, but I thought, you know what, I probably should focus on this. Debuffing all of them is probably going to help me. Alright, let's just kill myself here. RPG boss attack. Hello, what's the stream? Runs. There we are. I'm gonna look up to that command. That could be interesting given what I play RPGs a decent amount. There we are. Yeah, I should probably focus Grah on Stoll, if only because they actually have some, or Stoll, simply because they actually have some AoE. Everyone else just has single target fever. Which is, well, I'd rather they all be melted. Come play my beautiful garden. Good, there we are. There's a command like that, I should really figure out how to add it to my stream. So it'll be fun. Well, as long as it doesn't get in the way. The big reason I don't like to have these gross stuff at stream or redeem is because there we are. Large part because I want things to be laid back here, more chill, not screaming at stuff that's being annoying. I know I would hate to people who like that sort of thing. There's a reason that kind of content's pretty popular. I'm not as big a fan of it myself. Raw intuition back up, that's a full heal basically. I think I'm figuring out how to wall-to-wall pull with these trusts. is good, because I'm gonna have to do this. I'm probably gonna be doing this as Paladin as well. Well, it depends how quickly they level. Yeah, because I remember when I tried to level them when I was leveling something in Endwalker content, I quickly out-leveled them and had to start using duty support, which didn't feel nice, I'm gonna be honest there.
Something special for you.
Something special for ya.
Protect me!
Stubborn.
Storm's Path's a pretty solid heal.
To leave a mark.
I like how the NPCs are looking at themselves. Wait, did I just grow to a giant size? Oh my god. Yeah, Weaver and Goldsmith are my main ones that I desynthesize. I think I tried to have Alchemy as one, but not many job objects actually use Alchemy, like Scholar and Summoner books. Those are... Let me check the class. I know those are Alchemy. I believe Sage and Astro are Goldsmith. I think, yeah, Pictomancer weapons are also Alchemy now. But yeah, that's not much gear, honestly. Some particularly weird equipment sometimes has it. But yeah, if you just want to desynthesize anything you get, you usually want Weaver, Leatherworking, and Goldsmithing, and that'll usually get everything. Yeah, we have no choice but to fall for the trick. It's nice, like I said, it's nice how the Black Mage teammates all obliterate everything. Alright, let's go. I might theoretically be able to handle those naiads, but if we're honest, I don't really want to risk it. I don't know, maybe I'm a table top character's terrible experience with the Kelpie has gotten me. Well, then again, for as awful as that was, it did end up working out in the end. Managed to reverse the contract to get them working for me instead of the other way around. Actually hit kind of hard, so I should probably be very careful, a bit more careful. Then again, looks like that one's about to die, so you know what? Let's do something stupid. I knew it. I don't know, maybe I need to have a bit more faith in myself.
Away with you!
Yeah, I shouldn't need any more mitigation for this. Here we are. Last one. More. We wish to see more.
I will not hold back!
Baking. That's a white mage weapon. I'm level past this point. Pretty sure almost all my jobs that were capped at HOD during Endwalker are now ready for Dawntrail content. Aha. Let's kill.
Allow me.
I think Graha does the mechanic just fine. I regret to disappoint, but I'm more than comfortable with heights. Yeah, Alice completes it very quickly. Alphino cannot do the mechanic, unfortunately. I don't think he can. I think he just gets stuck halfway through. He takes it very slow, but... You... Song of Terror. Yeah, you don't want to be in front of him, just smile. He's got a pretty big cone, too. I don't need to worry about positioning, at least, since these are all range jobs. Cleave spam is pretty satisfying, that's for sure.
Let's hold back.
No one's limit breaking, really? I guess that's the thing with Alice, she at least uses it. Or you'll play Song of Terror. Aw. He was about to show it off. I was hoping to get that on stream. Oh well. Paladin's Fey Arms. I do not need those. Bending. I'm gonna have to equip those, but first things first, repairs. 75 means I'm officially ready for the next dungeon in the Shadowbringer set. And yeah, I do know I could use Paladin and level them during the Endwalker stuff, which would be a lot easier, but... like I said, this is partially an excuse to try and force myself to get leveling up Warrior, because it's not one that vibes with me too much, or at least it usually hasn't. But who knows? Nabath shoes. Why do I have level 77? These are so out of date, I should throw them out. I should probably get Dragoon up now that I think about it, just because that way I can, since my main is Reaper, if I get Dragoon up, I can just throw away any maiming gear that is not level 100, which is quite ideal. Which would be quite ideal, I'd say. Extract the materia. I don't know why I still have those. Oh, right, for well, I can at least retrieve the materia. Extract the materia as well. Yeah, shoes of casting, don't need those. Jacket offending. Alright, there we are, yeah. Brilliant caster of... Right. No. No, I have better casting gear than this. Buckle, choke remain. Just breath of healing. I might need that actually. Definitely don't need the Vogue sight. Oh, no, that's carpentry. I don't need any of these, no. Earrings I need even less of. Oh no, this is carpentry. Yanxian. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and just tear that apart. Berries, I might want that for glamour. I can throw that out so I don't need it anymore, and I don't need it for glamour. Void Moon. Why Void Moon? That's old content. Oh, I should definitely extract the material from this. Lakeland Ring of Healing, do not need that. Ring of Healing, again, do not need this. I'd actually need that ring, so I gotta keep that one. Riz Breath, I need to save that. Neo-ish Guardian. Extract the materia. These are all outdated, so I can't use those. Those are all actually recent, so I can keep those. Yeah, these are all items I can keep for now, I guess. Do I have any, yeah, those aren't of any use to me. Yeah, these I don't really have a use for. That's a housing item, and I don't really do much with housing. Alright, time for the 75 dungeon, which is yeah, right. Rusty. Quitana Raviel. actually. If I have anyone at 81, also at 81 I could do. Viper's the only one. Oh wow, I really am behind on Monk. I need to figure out a way to power level that at some point. I could show off. Actually, if I'm gonna do that, I should use Samurai here, so. Yeah, I'm gonna show this off, so. Whatever, as long as I'm doing a trust here, should be fine. Yeah, the Tower of Zot. Bancrid. Ulfino.
Victory will be ours!
Alright, there we are, yeah, Samurai. Alright, we'll go with these trusts and see how the experience is going with these. Stola, Yurion, Jangra. And you can also have them here in the same party, except for Kryle. Kryle isn't a trust until later. Hold on. You guys continue that up real quick. Okay. Now that I completely missed. Yeah. This used to be a cone in front of you, but now it's a cone around you? Weird. Okay, but good to know. I guess I'll have to center myself if I want to do that again. Damage dealt increased. Right, unfortunately I do not. Thancred will melt if I try and go ahead. I really do like my samurai glam. It looks really cool. Especially with the Seiryu katana there. We should just keep going onwards and upwards. Right. The recent patch reworked Samurai so that you can always go back-to-back of Medere, which is amazing. Medere is a guaranteed crit, so it does feel pretty good. that hurt like hell. It is so satisfying to see such massive chunks of enemy HP vanish into thin air. I think I should actually do it this way. Should have. Oh yeah, I don't have it here because this is okay. Never mind.
You cannot stop us.
Now that feels satisfying. Oh yeah. I forgot why I loved Samurai. Reaper is my main melee now, but Samurai was always very satisfying. Still really rusty, so I apologize for my blatant being shit at rotation. Transmute the fire. Oh yeah. Yeah, I forgot about the rainbow buff there. My bad. This is why I don't pretend to be of any kind of expert on any job, if I'm totally honest.
I will not hold back.
Visor of Scouting. I guess that could be okay for the Viper once it gets up there.
not hold back.
You're mine! Prepare yourself! You're mine!
Yeah, I'd probably should single target this hyper-tuned enemy. I guess this is a preview of Dawntrail having a lot of particularly bulky enemies here and there. I don't mind it when they have something interesting about them, like if the turtle in the level 99 dungeon had at least one more move, I'd probably not be bothered. And so your ring of aiming. I don't need that. No, I do. Whatever it takes. Can I execute during combat? Oh, you dick. Imperial.
I will not hold back.
Oh yeah, it always feels nice seeing massive chunks of HP from the enemy vanish, and to be all smug knowing, oh yeah, that was me.
You cannot stop us!
You're mine!
slaying. I don't think I need this, honestly. Monk's the only one that's behind, and that's probably gonna have to be leveled through Palace of the Dead things or other stuff. So I'll worry about that later. Then again, it's really bad. Illusory magics. The one who's not emoting is the real one. And 3 of Berserk. Unable to think clearly and continuous auto-attacking the target. Long enough, unfortunately. My dedication is fast.
You cannot stop us!
Alone cannot expel you. Deep shadow. Okay, I'm really gonna have to... I really wish you could have cap poetics higher than 2000 just because of how much that's gonna... Yeah, I believe we reached the summit. Oh, Sam Tank lives! gradually getting my memory of how to play Samurai back. It's just taken a while. Oh yeah, this guy's patrolling.
You cannot stop us!
Probably should put a dot on enemies because I keep forgetting to put it on the bosses like I'm supposed to. Yeah, I'm still way too rusty, it would seem. Yeah, I don't need these. And sweet earrings maybe. I really have run out of things to talk about. Usually I'm yapping all the time.
You cannot stop us!
Yeah, if you played the original Final Fantasy IV, you probably remember the little gimmick here. The last one can revive the other two, so you have to take that out first. Their triple texts are a real pain.
Try and stop!
Stop me. Monsignor Reflect.
Away with you!
Right, I keep forgetting there's a dot I can give.
Hold back! Away with you!
I see, when the last one's gone, they just do their regular mechanics. You can't do their triple text anymore. I'll just let him break this one since they're the last HP. Yeah, that leveled them really quick, so now they can do a lot more. Monstrum Grimoire. Yeah, alchemy is really nice and all, but very few items actually use it, so don't make my mistake and choose alchemy. I can change it, technically. It'll just take ages, and I don't really want to go through all that. But yeah, hopefully that works as a nice demonstration. Oh, wait, right. Probably don't need that. I can just continue synthesizing all this junk. The tower of something. There's an unravel. This one might be a little tricky.
Our fates are not yet sealed.
Guardians of the Well. Wrath of the wrong kind. How did they all get it wrong? Alright, now the full pull here is really nice, but that can only be done with actual players. With the NPCs here, I wouldn't get our hopes up, so I'm not going to risk it.
This is going to leave a mark.
Now, if you're a really good player, you can grab those guys, these guys coming up, and go all the way to the little mini boss over there. Yeah, the exact same as the one we just fought. And now we're cooking gas.
I shall protect thee.
Guys, all the way up here is a pretty big pull. It's, well, especially since you have to do this guy's mechanics on top of, you know, everything else.
I shall protect thee.
There we are. Wrong case. Lozal. Legend of Giants. Fascinating. I was gonna eat this mostly raw. Actually, I could probably get it raw. It wouldn't have mattered. See what that does to me. Yeah. The only one that might actually be weird is the acrobat, but that's for a completely... You're lazy. Where's he gonna punch down? Let's go here. dangers of scouting. The Ravel Keeper gear does technically get a recolor effect later, but sadly it lacks the Ravel tattoos. The Acrobat. Okay, here we go. Alright, this is gonna be a little dangerous, so... Reflecting that bad, at least. Hate to be spinning this guy like a top, but good to know the bats don't hit very hard, though. Even at my... Well, I'm not nearly as undergeared as I once was. And the good news is the Katana Ravel here is where I'm gonna start getting gear that's gonna be stronger than the augmented Scavian stuff. There we are. Heavens. These aren't particularly good materia, but I guess I can sell them to the NPCs later. I don't need any caster gear that's below 90. I can't possibly get this whole group. Actually, yeah. I'll just take out this group and then... because the next three together might be a bit much of the trust, so we're gonna not push it. Alright, here we are. Sasquatch. Now this one might actually need to mitigate. Such a beast. Oh, people created inner chaos once more. Subsonics. Ow. That hurt like hell. Yeah, I probably didn't even need to mitigate that. Sound wave. Excellent. They missed both rather than getting hit by both, like I was worried might happen. Yeah, as long as it's not being wasted, Alex, I can use the limit break to shoot John while it pleases. My damage is really, really low, and while you definitely do want to take tanks, like I said, in Realm Reborn they didn't take tank or healer DPS into account. They do from Heaven's Ward onwards, so
You underestimate me. I will not hold back.
Self-heal. Immediate self-heal. Ripper Fang. I can survive that without mid, I don't think. Yeah, I... Yeah. Just wrap of aiming. The nice outdoors. Yeah, I don't think they can full one. Maybe they can. Maybe once a couple of them actually die, I'll give it a go. Flattery. Flattering people's sin. Well, I guess you are using flattering for a particular reason. It's not often you'll see it for, maybe I'm just being simple. tank. Alright, I should probably take these guys out first. Actually can hit a little hard. You used to be able to go a little further to get those guys on the branches over there to stop, but I think they patched that, unfortunately. Still go up here and get them to jump off? Nope. Yeah, they fixed that. Keeper's wings. That's a sage weapon. Unfortunately, that's not. My sage is already well past this level, so I might as well just get rid of that.
You underestimate me.
That's a shame. Phila and Arrows here don't get any data. You don't get any info about them except for on the triple triad card. Let's see. No. Here we are. Philia, Light Ward of Lakeland. The manacles which encircled four limbs are wished to be remnants of his mortal life. An elf once held prisoner within the hour of certain durance, meaning brotherly love. Philly was the name bitterly bestowed upon the eater after descend upon the home village and devoured its former neighbors. Eros, the Light Warden of the Ritaka Greatwood, a chimerical monstrosity. Eros is thought to have been the amalgamation of several unfortunate creatures caught up and fused together by the flood of light. The meaning of its name, romantic love, is a mocking play upon the intimate uncontrolled embrace which results in the present appearance. And Storage is the one that's coming up as well. The Light Warden of Amarong, believed to have arisen from the corrupt distance of a sprite or fairy. The entity is named for familial love. It makes its lair in Malak as well. Legends tell that Storage feasted upon the memories infused within its domain upon a queen's adulation of her departed king. Pretty neat stuff, but none of that's in the story. You only ever learn that if you get the triple triad card, which is a little disappointing, not gonna lie. Pound out of heaven. Oh, because it's about hell.
You underestimate me.
Confession of faith.
This is going to leave a mark.
Pound out of big bombs. Actually, I remember in the concept art for arrows, for some reason they had the line like you sometimes have with references for. It's really weird. Galaxy is not seeing a point to use it. Weird. I'm starting to see why people are saying that Warrior's pretty easy in dungeons. I should probably be pushing it a little more, if we're honest. Alright. Bravo Keeper's Bracelet. Bobatite, do not need. Think about it, maybe I should have done Paladin because tonight was specifically to raise the trust, but then I get with warriors here. Especially since I'm still halfway through, they're barely getting anything from this. It has to be from upper level equipment, upper level dungeons. Yeah, I don't have any poetics to make it easier though. I'll go with one more run since that keyword should level me. But after that, I might be a bit too tired to keep going. Easy because it's all on one title. they've reused a decent amount of the rigs, but well, I mean that just makes sense.
You underestimate me!
These. Where's the gauntlets defending? There. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to clean up all this. But the good news is that I'm making progress. As soon as I get, it'll be nice once I get all my tanks to 100, so I won't have to worry about any gear. Alright, now this is gonna actually take all my cunning. full... Yeah, raw intuition is basically a full heal every 25 seconds. It's amazing. Listeners shall find no clemency here. Bracelet of healing. No, I know there's more productive things I could be doing than just throwing those away, but I just don't have the space right now. Look like I got my own heal. Oh, Urianger is all the way back there. No wonder I wasn't getting healed. Oh, there's a bat. Oh, it was on the Urianger. No wonder. I didn't even notice. Yeah, I can't believe I missed a bat and didn't notice. That was very careless of me. Lucky for me, the CPU will not get Mississippi at me, so... Still, it does feel like I'm getting the hang of Warrior a bit. Joker of aiming. I think I'm gonna need a lot of these accessories to break down for items to sell. Onyx is going to be a multi-hit, so I'd best keep up. Alright, it can't get me all the way over there. Even if they're calling straight towards me, it won't make it.
Not yield.
I shouldn't have let the, I shouldn't have let Infuriate overcap. Nascent Flash. It shares a cooldown with raw intuition. Interesting, it shares a cooldown. I was hoping it'd be separate like the Dark Knight's Oblation. I know it doesn't seem like much, but Oblation does actually seem to be has helped me when doing the raid. But then again, I haven't gotten. Alrighty, to see how well I can do this.
Protect thee.
I will not hold back.
Thy time has not yet come.
Nice, didn't let him self-destruct. Ravel Keeper's Guillotine. That's the Dark Knight weapon. My Dark Knight's already maxed out, so I do not need it unless I want the skin, and I don't really. I guess I should at least go until I run out of the bone rested experience.
Protect thee.
Pound at it. I should be able to handle this raw.
There'll be nothing left of you but a smoking crater. You underestimate me. Gloves are off.
There we are. Planisphere. Sounds like a good one to synthesize. I guess I should do at least one more run, since that should use up all my rested XP. That'll be nice and get me a good way to 77. Best defending. Return to inventory. I might want that for something else, I guess, but for now. Yeah, I think I might actually want the dome and steel tabard for glam purposes. It actually does look quite nice. But we'll have to see for the rest. Guess I might as well extract the materia if any of them are ready. There we are. Alright, our gear is all upgraded. Not bad for a level grinding. I do wonder if maybe I was betraying trust a bit by going primarily for grinding my warrior and less on the, you know, actual trust. But at the same time... once I hit 80, it's gonna be a lot easier. Plus, I'd still need to get my... I could train with Viper too, just to get Thancred up, which should be itself. Because I have to do with, well, at least one DPS and one tank no matter what. And that should get both the healers up. That'll get 3 DPS up as well. And Grotha's an all-rounder, so he can do just about... I could even... if I decided to do both Paladin and Warrior with Trust, then I could just kick... Graha down to DPS. So, yeah, I think I should be able to do this. No, again, I have to remember, Trust Katana Ravel. Be the last one here.
I stand ever ready. My strength is yours.
If nothing else, this will give me a nice buffer, because as I said, I originally did try to level up my trusts in Endwalk, but I ended up out-leveling them just because the bonus XP and all, food and all that ended up going through. So I think having a buffer is a good idea. So yeah, I think it was a good idea to have a buff, to start giving these guys a bit of a buffer before I go into the Endwalker ones. So I'm going to be going at least one tank, possibly two. Actually, I think doing both tanks might be ideal. Especially, first of all, because A, that's going to make me able to expedite how quickly this can all actually, you know, happen. Because, as I said, the tanks like Thancred or Graha, they'll just melt if you try to have them do a full pull. But me, I can do the full pull myself without any issues with it. I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, Stolen and Graha are really high damage. Wow. Well, I guess they are Black Mages, and Black Mage is a very selfish DPS. They don't have any support whatsoever. They exchange all of it for just more raw damage. Technically, they're special variants of not the same Black Mage the players get, but... Maybe I should push things a little this time, especially since we actually have two characters who actually have a decent amount of AoE. Maybe I can grab all these and go to that mini-boss there. It's a little risky, but I think I can do it as long as I'm tanking. Yeah, this is really, really risky. It's actually working. I think I'm doing it. I think I mentioned a bit earlier that there actually what used to not be eye level requirements for story dungeons, but they end up having to include those at one point because people hoping to craft stuff together, hoping to get some crafting material, just come in with crafting gear instead of, you know, combat gear. And this is one game where you absolutely... Well, the weapon's most important. Everything else does add your damage, even if you're a DPS. And of course, if you're a tank, the durability matters as well, because the squishier you are, the harder the healers have to work. So yeah, and they're basically queued up, pretty much hoping the rest of the team would carry them, since, well, they're not in gear actually for combat, so they had to that had to be curbed immediately. Really? Yeah, I should be able to take this wall. Oh, yeah, Galvanize saved me there. Alright, so we're gonna be on this side somewhere. Thankfully, we're near the fabled light. Faint cry. I care not to see the source of those tremors. Yeah, allowing to run is limiting how many are actually to hit me, which is not an insignificant number. Gravel Keeper's Bracelet cast. Anacondas are absolutely massive snakes. Fall to the ground. So the bats hang out in the room with the iguanas before the thing calls them out, basically. Interesting. Luckily the bats don't have too much HP. Any earring I get, I can absolutely toss because the probably put the Menfina earring away actually, because now I have the Azema's earring, even better. Interesting. I wonder, did the wrong conceal the bat squatch here? Right. This is where we learn the truth behind. Interesting. Huh.
Something special.
Something special just for you. Let's bring him up, drag him over here. Oh dang, that could have been bad. Yeah, it still's gotta be bad. Where? I fear my ears will be ringing for quite some time. I should be able to. I guess it's not such a normally big hit, they have their injured sound. Okay, I knew I could do it. It's a little risky, but I knew I could wall-to-wall pull this particular area. Probably didn't even need that, but I figure better safe than sorry. Yeah, if I'm using my 30% negation, I want the reflectability. Yeah. I may not be the biggest fan of Warrior, but I can certainly see why people love it so much. probably shouldn't be spreading the experience between all the trusts as much as I am, but at the same time I do need to level all of them eventually, so my logic is giving all of them a nice buff means I can train them all eventually a little bit. Do-do-do. Pattern. Heaving breath.
Allow me.
Gets a triple full strike, and I got a triple strike. How fitting. Not on me. I was wondering, wait, I didn't know that was capable of targeting the tank, but I guess either it's not, or I've yet to.
Allow me.
The gloves are off.
I forgot. It took us a second for the that to activate.
I will not hold back.
Activate that. Oops. Yeah, that can't target the tank either. I think what it hasn't all the time I've been playing tank here. Oopsie. Well, I'm glad I mitigated that for the team. Huh, somehow never got that all this time. Well, no need to avoid it then. Joker offending. There we are. And I can, that's Paladin 1. I'll change it later. I should probably go one more, because if so, then that's like 6 or... Yeah, 6, so I started at 71, so 6 levels in one night. Not bad. Yeah, Shola's the most behind, so I think this was worth it for her. Yeah, this is gonna use up all my rest XP, but I think it's worth it just because, the more I get sooner I get my tanks up, the sooner I can throw away any armor below a certain point. Actually, did I get a new item? Poor Graha. Yeah, I might actually have to end the stream soon simply because I'm running out of gear for sets, running out of room for anything. This might be extremely, stupid. But let's see if I can give it a try, shall we? Raw intuition is absolutely amazing. Oh boy. Give myself a quick heal. Twin Black Mages really make this reasonable. Glad I'm feeling a lot more confident as well. Good to know my tanking skills are up to snuff. Oopsie. Okay, he doesn't really move from this spot, so I need to remember that. Alright, well, what have we learned? Into trust also and want to be at level. Well, if I want to give them a decent amount of XP. Also, yeah, if I want to go wall to wall, I absolutely need to be the tank here. Still, it's a shame I only got so many, 1 to 2 levels to everyone. But then again, I guess I was splitting it a lot rather than dedicating. Perhaps when I do it proper, perhaps when I start doing Endwalker, the dungeons, I'll be sure to dedicate here. You no longer have to level Reen because she doesn't, obviously won't follow you to the source. However, you gain in Estinian and Graha to level. Oh, damn it. Of course I misread that. Buzzsaw time. Alright, so gotta keep the food going, bonus going. I should be able to take this raw since I don't even have a vuln stack yet. DPS should be able to finish that. Rare. You know what? Let's do something that's really stupid and we are 100% going to regret. Ah, shit. I guess the reason I couldn't do those big pulls before might have just been I was straight up under geared. Now I have absolutely everything I have is Shadowbringers or higher. Shadowbringers or something Shadowbringers tier. There we go. Gloves on. Such a beast can survive war holds its whole time. A fast catch. Make a reference to marks from Kirby, but I think the comparisons here are honestly kind of a stretch. Oh yeah, the differences between Endwalker and Dawntrail, for those who care, or want to through here, or whatever. Basically, it's the same as the ones from Endwalker. Kryl just gets added. I guess they just know where they're gonna fall, so... Yeah, they do. Something. I don't know where it's gonna fall. If there is, I never pet. Oh. Then again, maybe there is, and I just never found it. I don't want to sit here and say I'm all knowing. I'm not all weird from Elden Ring. Shake it off over time. Oh crap, I got hit by falling rocks. Isn't that annoying? Oh, wonderful. First chest trap. Excellent. Level 77. Alright, this is a big pull, but not nearly as big as the one I did before. Oh yeah, I'm feeling good about this. Here comes the bees. I opened that, right? Yeah, I did. Spear. Release. Yeah, it's fine if I get hit by the confession of faith there. I can take it.
Allow me.
Yeah, one side's close. Oh wow, poor Alphino. He got barraged by the full damage. I guess that could have been on me because I didn't position him in a way that it'd be easier to...
This is going to leave a mark.
I did the wrong button for Nascent Flash. Phew. Level 77, wow. Well, I think that's going to be all for tonight. Not only am I feeling really tired, but I went way longer than I expected. Oh. 406. Really, I didn't get the warrior weapon. Yeah, I'll figure out what to do with all this later, except for this. I'm gonna desynthesize this, just because, you know, might as well. Alrighty. Well, I got a decent amount of trusts up, and I got warrior, so I think we're in pretty good shape. Ooh. Thanks for joining and listening to me shoot the breeze for absolutely no good reason. And until next time, thank you for watching, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.